Okay, thank you. Sorry, I didn't realize that. Welcome, online community. Thank you for joining us as well. Yes, we were just saying today is groundbreaking because it's the first commission that we have in the history of the Lekgotla that's only focusing on early childhood development. And I'm truly excited about that. So thank you for joining us, despite it being 3 o'clock on a Friday afternoon. We promise that we'll be succinct today. Yes, I think it will be such a lovely time of us just discussing and setting the future for early childhood development. As most of you are aware, yesterday our strategy was made available online. Yesterday was a great session of the president recognizing the importance of ECD, our minister recognizing the importance of ECD. I think that set the scene quite a bit yesterday for just the importance of early childhood development as a key priority for us as a country, and broader than just education, thinking of ECD in a wide lens and all the benefits that it has societally, but also recognizing the importance of all role players in making it work. Our strategy sets out this vision of universal access to quality early learning programs for all children, and we recognize that that needs to happen with everyone in this room and everyone in society playing a big role. And that's the heart of what we are trying to communicate and we'll be discussing today. So this is a commission where everyone can't just sit and give opinions. I think every time you give an opinion, please know that that's also part of your responsibility. We all are taking responsibility for early childhood development. I'm not the facilitator. I'm Jana Likotza. I am with the Department of Basic Education, responsible for early childhood development. But we are very privileged to be joined by Senzo Hlopwe. He is here to help us facilitate this conversation today, keeping us on time and making sure that we get to the heart of this conversation. At the end, we are busy. As we go, we'll be scribing and taking notes. And we want to end off with a set of recommendations for us to take forward into the next year. So as we are discussing it, start thinking of what are those 5 or 6 recommendations we need to take away at the end of the session, so that when we come again next year and again have our ECD commission, we can track our progress and what's been done. So Senzo, yes, you're welcome to come up.
I have to stay here. Cool. And I'm taller. Cool. Sanbonani, Dumelang, Huye, Middag, Molweni, Habari, Asubuhi. I think all protocol observed. My name is Senzo and I will be the conductor for this afternoon session. What I'm hoping to do is to ask everyone to bring a little bit of their childhoodness in themselves. So before we start, for those who are joining online, also welcome. Is just join me in bimbering the song or the hymn or the rhyme that I remember doing when I was a kid, just to free up the lunch and the afternoon fatigue. And I will try to keep the session to move timelessly so that I'm not the thing that keeps you from your weekend plan. So I'm just gonna keep it short, but it goes like this, and I think everyone will know it. If you happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you happy and you know it. That's all. Amazing. Just to bring a little bit of childhood in the room is, like I said, is I'm not the main ingredient for this afternoon session. Is just some housekeeping before we start. Is maybe just to mention that obviously we have our 3 speakers. Restrooms are right across as you exit this main entrance to the venue. And that there is a register roaming around the room. If I can ask everyone to sign that register. If someone has it, if you can just show it. And once you've signed, just pass it around. I'll ask everyone to do that. And that, let's just observe a little bit of silence and respect for those who are speaking. So your phone must be on silent, if I may ask. And also the entry and exit, you are allowed to do so. But please do so without causing much disruption to everyone in the room. And then the other thing maybe to bring into the room is to mention that is, I know we are a diverse country. We use many languages to express ourselves. I think we have enough people in the room that if someone wants ukukhuluma ngesiZulu, someone will be able to translate that to English as the medium of instruction for today. So that will be one of the things that I ask. And for those that will have the privilege to be identified to speak as part of the engagement we will have this afternoon, is let's also respect time. And that means is limits on the preamble, straight to the question, to the input. Again, we're trying to get to the weekend, but without missing out on this afternoon session. So that will be on the housekeeping rules from my side. And maybe to start is maybe to mention, like everyone has spoken here, is there's nothing probably more important than our children in the country. And I always say this when I speak in public, I always enjoy the Chinese proverb that the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is now. And the same expression could be made about our people and our children. The best time to invest in human development was 20 years ago when children were still young. The second best time is obviously in our adult life. And that's why the people in the room, I think they will share that contribution into the room. Without wasting much time, I will ask our guys who are working behind the scene to first, just to start the session with a little bit of a video. That will be the explainer of the strategy. Maybe to contextualize, all of you should, by now you should know, DBE this week, fresh off the press, I'm happy to announce that DBE's 2030 ECD strategy has been published for all of us to read on, and I'm hoping some of us have had an opportunity to engage with that document. If you have not, I'm sure someone on WhatsApp, we belong in WhatsApp groups, let's share that document. And for those who haven't, just quickly run through that content page at least to know what the topics are, because I'm hoping in the conversation today, we will also bring that into the room. Without wasting any time, a video first. After a video, I'll come back with more instructions. Thank you.
The early years of a child's life set the foundations for their future success. Access to quality early learning and development opportunities also supports a stronger society and economy. The government's vision for 2030 is universal access to quality ECD, prioritizing the most vulnerable children. Universal access means that we want every child to be able to access some form of ECD program. The government has chosen 5 priorities. These are: number 1, every child has access to a flexible package of affordable ECD programs. Number 2, good government systems and coordination are in place. Number 3, sufficient funding and resourcing are targeted effectively. Number 4, the ECD workforce is well supported and equipped. Number 5, program quality is improved through appropriate support and monitoring. Importantly, the government wants a new model for ECD program delivery. This is a publicly planned and publicly coordinated mixed provisioning model. This means that government will plan and link up actions to make sure that a mix of different types of ECD programs can flourish wherever they're needed. The 3 main types of early learning programs, ECD centers, playgroups, and day mothers, will continue to be supported, as well as mobile ECD programs and toy libraries. To increase access quickly, we'll start by focusing on community-based early learning programs, which makes use of existing community venues, as these are quick to get started. And then over time, as more funding is available, more larger purpose-built ECD centers will be offered. Government will also work with parents to learn how to better support parent programs and to roll them out to reach many more families. Because we want to involve everyone in this exciting plan for ECD programs, the government is developing a partnership between different groups and people with shared vision for ECD. This is called a social compact. All over our country, we know there are incredible people like yourselves who have devoted much of their lives to caring for children and helping children to learn and grow in safe and nurturing environments. We appreciate you and know that you're the backbone of ECD in South Africa. DBE is looking forward to partnering with you so that many more young children can benefit from quality ECD.
Awesome. So with that, I'm not gonna ruin it in any way or form by adding my expressions on it. I'm gonna invite our speakers. They will each spend about 15 to 20 minutes to share their thoughts. Our first speaker is Yaneli, who will speak on collaboration and coordination in relation to ECD. Without wasting any words, let's welcome Yaneli to the stage. Oh, cool. Something to click.
Sorry about that. I should have thought about the clicker beforehand. Yes, I think today we just want to start with a quick overview of the strategy, but the heart of our strategy is all about integration, coordination, collaboration, and all the other C's that comes with working together. So just, I think as a start, our strategy for ECD is based on this vision, this vision that we want to have everyone work towards, to say, how do we come together, everyone, to say that we want to achieve universal access to quality ECD, prioritizing the most vulnerable children, and we want to do this by 2030. We know that universal access has many connotations to it, so we've decided to define universal access as it is currently defined in the National Integrated ECD Policy, saying that every community has the right mix and availability of ECD programs to meet the needs of families and communities in that area. So what we want as a society is we want all children in communities to be able to access ECD programs should they wish to do that, and we really want to start driving that this vision, firstly in the most vulnerable areas, knowing that that's where children will be able to benefit most from it. But to do this will require what we call a social compact. It will require all of us to work together. ECD is not just one person's job. It's not just the job of the Department of Basic Education. It's not just the job of any other government department. It's not the job of government. It is the job of all of us to come together towards one vision. And that is what the strategy is trying to achieve. Say, now we have a vision as South Africa. How do we all come together behind it to say we want to ensure that all children can access ECD programs? So the intention of our strategy, the intention of this compact will be to give us a roadmap. How do we do step by step, get to a place where we can start seeing this realizing for our children? So our strategy has 5 outcomes that we have built it around. And these outcomes are the things that we want to see happen by 2030. The strategy, these outcomes are then fleshed out later in the strategy into focal areas and then into an implementation plan on how do we ensure step by step we get to this vision. But the 5 outcomes is firstly access. We want to ensure that every child has access to a flexible package of age-appropriate and affordable ECD programs. The second one is about coordination, is how do we ensure that we've got enabling government systems, leadership, capacity, and coordination in place? And coordination here is not just government departments coordinating themselves. It is how do we coordinate as government, but how do we coordinate with the sector as well? We know that ECD inherently is intersectoral. And how do we ensure we've got very strong coordination systems in place? The third one is about resources. I think if anyone ever speaks about ECD, the first thing that we speak about is the lack of resources. Yesterday it came out very strong as how different people from Treasury and private sector and donors are seeing ECD as a priority. How do we ensure we harness all of this towards this one vision of universal access? How do we streamline and get everyone behind a vision and move away from a haphazard perspective, but to one where we are strategically moving towards the same goal? How do we have sufficient funding, but how do we ensure that we target our resources effectively? And effectively being here, how do we ensure that the most vulnerable children can benefit mostly from this? Then workforce, as we know that if we say the word quality, we cannot say the word quality without thinking about having a capable workforce that is well supported and equipped to provide quality ECD services. And then finally is quality, is we don't want bums on mats. In education, we've long spoken about bums on seats, and ECD, I feel it's bums on mats. We don't want just people in ECD centers. We want children to be able to get stimulated, to build their capacity, to get them to a point where they're ready for grade R, they are ready to take on life, and that is that we need quality, and that's program delivery is enhanced through the appropriate support and monitoring required to improve quality. And this whole strategy is built on our service delivery model. And I think this one is one of the big questions that people have been grappling with. Now that ECD is with basic education, what will it look like? And what we are saying is, always need to clarify, we're not saying that ECD is moving to schools. That's not feasible. There's no way that we can do it. We'll never reach universal access if that's our model. However, how do we ensure that we've got some strategic planning happening behind expanding access and improving quality? So starting with population-based planning, how do we use information that we've collected through the census, that we're busy collecting through the registration management tool, that we'll be collecting through our e-care system going forward, to understand where are the supply of ECD programs, where do we currently have provision, and how do we use that and overlay that with information from the population census to get a sense of where are the gaps. Where are the areas where children are not receiving access, and how can we start identifying those areas that require access, identify which of those areas need to be prioritized, the more vulnerable areas, and understand how are we using this population-based planning concept to start driving our expansion plans. Coordination is then saying that we know as government we are not the providers of ECD programs. ECD programs are being provided by the sector, by micro enterprises, by women. It came out quite strong yesterday in a lot of the presentations, the incredible job creation opportunities, the micro enterprises that will be established, the potential for economic stimulation. So how do we ensure that we coordinate as government, coordinate as the basic education, so that we can then expand access to those areas that we've identified? And then finally, it's all about mixed modalities. How do we say that it's not just ECD centers? We can never just build on the ECD center model to expand access. We won't achieve our vision. So how do we bring in different modalities, toy libraries, mobile programs, play groups, childminders, to help us flexibly and creatively address the needs of communities and families and enable us to expand access? So how we've also thought about this mixed modalities is that it's helpful to split it into two different age groups, knowing that children from birth to school birth to 2 require different types of support, given that most of them are still with families, most of them are still at homes and home-based settings. How do we enable and have modalities that's more appropriate for them? So for 0 to 2-year-olds, our main focus of expanding access will be how do we do parent support programs well? How do we work in collaboration with the Department of Health, the Department of Social Development, and see how can we support families with that integrated support of early nutrition, early health, love and stimulation, providing them with the early childhood development holistically that children need. And then for 3 to 5-year-olds, we know developmentally it is appropriate for children to be in group learning settings. So how do we ensure that we expand access? And there's 3 main modalities, being our play groups, day mothers and centers, and that will obviously be supported by toy libraries, mobile programs, and other types of modalities. And all of this will be underpinned by our national curriculum framework that we've had for the last almost 9 years now. But how do we strengthen that play-based pedagogy that's in our national curriculum framework, and how do we enable our ECD practitioners to implement the framework well? So just step by step, how will expanding access look like? We'll start with identifying the areas that's most underserved, understanding which areas require access and which areas do we need to prioritize, and that we'll do using the census. Then how do we work with communities, how do we work with local government to identify spaces that can be used to set up new programs, and that will help us already understand what type of program to set up. If there's infrastructure that can be repurposed, we can do that. If it's a clinic and we can put a toy library there, that will be the type of modality. So using that, understanding the context, we'll start identifying what type of modalities do we need, and then we'll need to work with our social sector partners. As government, we don't have the institutional knowledge, we don't have the human capacity, we don't have the funding to establish new programs. So how do we work with our social sector partners strategically through public-private partnerships to start expanding access in these areas? And then as basic education at the end will come in, we'll register and hopefully quality assure as we progress with those plans. And that was where the next step comes in, is in terms of improving quality. So similarly, as basic education, we're in the process of setting very clear quality standards of what do we mean by quality ECD. We will then be doing quality assessments of ECD programs, understanding where they are, where they are in the quality rating. But then again, we'll have to enter into public-private partnerships with our sector partners who has the institutional knowledge that's been doing coaching, mentoring for years. So how can you help us? How can you come alongside us to help us improve quality? And as basic education, we'll be the quality assured, tracking quality as it goes. And then integration is key. And we know that ECD practitioners deals with children on a daily basis. They see to what extent children have needs that need to be met by other government departments. So our district offices need to have very strong relationships with our Department of Health and Social Development. ECD practitioners will have to be capacitated on how do we do early identification of developmental delays or children with disabilities. And as an ECD practitioner picks this up, how can she connect that child to the local therapist or healthcare worker to come and help with a support plan so that we can do early identification and early being early. As soon as the child comes in there and already start a support program with the parents to help them support the child. And that leads us to the social compact. So as basic education, we are responsible for legislation and policy for ECD. We're responsible for planning, coordination, directing access. We're responsible for quality assurance and subsidizing children. But then the partners come in. We've got sister departments that've got their own responsibilities. And Leslie from Health spoke really well yesterday on what's the role of health, especially in that first 1,000 days, the incredible importance of early health and nutrition. We've got other departments also, social development, responsible for the grant, for social sector support, and various local government has a role. So there's a whole range of just around that. We've got our implementing partners that's historically been playing the role of expanding access and providing support. How do we leverage them? How do we do public-private partnerships well? And that is where donors and business come in. And that's what we really tried to discuss a lot yesterday in the panel discussion is we know that our implementing partners require a lot of support. We know as government, our hands are very limited. So how do we rally the donors and the partners, say, come help us, help fund our implementing partners? They require the support to do the investment needed for expanded access and improved quality. And fortunately, the donors have generally been saying, yes, we're behind this strategy, let's make it work. Then we'll double click on the words of coordination and all of that. And I'm not going to go into the detail because I think we use these words very lightly. But if we think of coordination, it's the process of organizing and aligning different activities and efforts to ensure that we work together. So coordination from that sense is how do we strategically ensure that everything we're doing is aligned? And we've got an interministerial committee that will be helping and overseeing the implementation of the policy. And on the sector side, we'll have the social sector compact guiding us strategically, aligning us all behind this vision. Then we've got integration, and integration is a little bit more getting stuck into the detail, and it involves combining the different components into a unified and cohesive whole, often to improve overall efficiency, functionality, and performance. And coming from the AI session earlier, I'll confess, I asked ChatGPT what integration and coordination means. So it's ChatGPT definitions. But integration is all about how are we now working together. We're aligned in terms of our vision. How do we practically implement this? And we've got the National Interdepartmental Committee. Each department will be developing strategies and we'll be making sure and identifying what are those cross-cutting strategies that we need. For instance, nutrition or children with disabilities. How do we come together, have a joint strategy for these cross-functioning cross-cutting issues? And then with the sector, we've got two different ways of thinking of how do we do integration with the sector. We already have the intersectoral forum. That is a forum where we are in quarterly meeting with the sector, getting them to help us, support us with this vision. And public-private partnerships will be one way in which we are enacting this to say how do we integratedly work together to achieve this goal. And then finally is collaboration, and it's this process of working together, of holding hands and saying we want to reach the same goal. And we've got, this is for me, is where it gets combined. Now the sector and government is working together. We've got technical working groups, and the idea is to set up these working groups, like for instance the M&E working group, or the finance and donor one, or the social protection one, or the registration and infrastructure one, where we get the sector and government to come together and jointly problem solve. What are the blockages that we need to unlock? How do we deliver services jointly to our children? And that leads me to the final slide, where we say that equitable access to early learning and development is the cornerstone of improved economic development for us. If we don't get it right in the early years, we are always going to have all these other commissions happening here on how are we catching up? How are we catching up what we lost in the early years? For us, it is setting the foundation right. And again, we cannot do this on our own. We have to do it jointly. We have to do it in partnership. So to achieve this vision, we really need strong collaboration, integration, and coordination across government departments, across spheres of government, and with the sector. So I think it's an invitation to join us in this mission of achieving what we want for our children. Thank you. Oh, you don't need this. Sorry.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Yaneli. I know, like myself, a lot of us would like to jump in for questions. I will ask that we exercise patience, because I think the three presentations are linked to each other, that we hear all three of them, and then we just have an open conversation, a robust conversations about all three presentations. And before I invite the next speaker, is something I did not mention at the beginning, is if there's anyone that needs translation services or interpretation services of sorts, please, once I'm done here, I'm gonna move at the back just to understand the need, and then we'll find a way of bringing it to the room for us to be for all of us to be able to engage. It's something I missed at the beginning, but the next speaker is Buleng, and Buleng will be speaking to us today about the question of the requirements needed to improve quality. That's what Buleng will be speaking to us today. As she comes up, like I did with Yaneli, we need to do a little bit of singing, and I'll always leave it to you guys to finish it off. I only know the beginning. And the next one is the wheels on the bus go round and round, round and round, round and round. The wheels on the bus go round and round, all through the town. The horn on the bus goes beep, 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 beep. The horn on the bus goes beep, 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 all through the town. Guys, where did you go to for a little bit of early learning? Clearly, there was some access gap things going on in the earlier years. Cool. The next speaker is Buleng on improving quality.
Thank you, Senzo. I'm telling you, you will take position of many practitioners and trainers with. Yes. Good afternoon, Dumelang. I wouldn't see that for such an opportunity, though, Senzo. I will sing the one that is saying, when we are together, together, together. When we are together, together, together. When we are together, we can do wonders. When we are together, we can do wonders. Now we are together, together, together. Now we are together, together, together. Now we are together, we can do wonders. This is the song that you have seen. Ois Ruby knows the song. Many of the civil society in here will know the song. I think this was the song that was comforting us in the hope of one day we'll come as unity like this. Let me take this opportunity also to share with you my thoughts when we got the invite, knowing that we NGOs, ECD is like our life. Every time we're working, it's running after early childhood development with the best we can. I thought to start the presentation, I thought I would allow us just to celebrate. There's been a lot. I mean a lot. If I'm telling you, people behind early childhood development from way back, there's so many, and they're still in a journey until now. The journey now seems to join the two hands, that which is government and which is civil society. Let me take you through I hope the presentation is going to be clear. Can we go to the next slide? Oh, I can use the green one. I thought we'll take this opportunity first to just, what is the word, celebrate, because there's much that has happened in the past, like I said. So many things that has happened with people that has love of early childhood development at heart. And most of them would have been individual people, it would have been community itself, it would have been also people who have actually come from civil societies, it would have been our beautiful funders that every time would write something called a proposal and ask for assistance. So all of this has been things that we jointly achieved, and I think it was a good achievement in a way that some of these activities that was happening on the ground, some of them was happening for government, and some of them were happening on behalf of government. Somehow government would have some tenders or some opportunities that would help us to reach out what we would want to reach. There's been a huge amount collaboration with support from all the department. I think Dr. Yaneli has already elaborated much on collaboration. But I also wanted to take it very deep to say this were the collaboration that has kept us going, mostly Department of Social Development. And many of the time we would think it's not enough. But you know what? Every little counts. So this has been a journey. I'll talk in a range. I can't name everyone, but in a range and likes of ETDP SETA, who was also so generous in terms of meeting the needs for skills that was so much needed in early childhood development. So through ETDP SETA, many of us, civil societies, people who were participating in training, managed to train many practitioners. So much skills were shared, so much knowledge was shared, even for people who would have started early childhood development for whatever reasons. People will just start thinking that we're doing something of a good. People will also say, we're just looking after them. People will say, maybe it's a business opportunity. So ETDPs help us to say there's much that we can learn about how children develop and learn. And there's so much skills that is required and knowledge that we need to have before we can work with children. Registration of centers was also something of today. I am so happy to know that we're having new ways of registering. It has made to be even easy. So many times when practitioners or centers would want to register, they will have to go to so many things. But let's celebrate today to say registration of centers has improved from registration for subsidy, others for just once-off conditional grant, and others also just registration without subsidy. Because the drive here was a drive to belong, a drive to give a service that is operating legally, a service that can be recognized. So these are the things. Training skills, I've talked to that. Already that training skills has helped. I also wanted to share, in the run of saving our children, there has been many modalities, and Dr. Yaneli has also talked to it, that we had the home base, we had the backyards, we had the outreach, in many ways that we could actually reach out. We turned shacks, you see the picture down here, we turned shacks into into a learning environment, you know. Sometimes it will be a shack outside, and then we'll put all this beautiful attraction to it, but inside the learning will be happening. So there's many that we can share, only for now sharing those. And this was also due to the support from funders, from individuals, from all of that. So funding has actually been in the years that it was easy to can obtain and just apply and say your goals and everything, and then you'll get it, and then you'll start to implement. And funding has actually helped us in a big way. There's also been so many involvement. You're talking the private sector, the trust, the foundations, individual, corporate sector, philanthropy. There's so much collaboration that even has happened before we can come to this point. So that's why I say we should celebrate. Additional collaboration efforts that included Vangasali. I remember when we heard about Vangasali, that was led by Department of DSD, if I'm not mistaken then. It was something that we all would have loved to see, you know, to say finally, everyone is going to be seen, everyone is going to be counted. It doesn't matter what corner, where you are, doesn't matter if you don't have what, we are going to be recognized. And this was also where we ran like crazy, trying to make sure that everyone should be counted. The stimulus relief fund, the ECD audit, the census, all these other campaigns was also to say we're striving to something that today is giving us a strategy. For me, it's something to celebrate. The National Corruption Framework, back to 4 in 11 official languages, also added so much value, because at some point, while we were training, we had to put balance of putting into practice what we've been taught. So the framework came also to elaborate, to say, now that we have knowledge, this is how you can implement. The migration of ECD from DSD to DBE was like a historical achievement. I remember that day, we sat into our different corners, we watched for those who couldn't come to Pretoria. But that day, I remember it was the day that we saying, now ECD belongs. And then we knew that the migration was also talking to some of us when we were approaching funders, that funders would ask us, who is the coordinating body for all of this, you know? And sometimes it would be a matter of saying, we are striving it as civil society, we somehow engage in there and then with government. And sometimes it will make life so difficult for some of us. I remember some of funders will ask you and say, is this training that you're offering recognized, you know, those kind of things. But then when it happens, it was such an achievement. I'm not going to elaborate long on this, because this is also part when I'm saying when we started to engage through all these platforms, things started to happen. We started to see extension to working with the centers, the civil society. We're sitting in many structures. I see in Tate Rex here, the chairperson of Nectar. And many of us were also participating in the platforms, which were seeking to make a stronger collaboration. So in talking to what still needs to be done, or what is needed to improve, I think the strategy has actually nailed it down. Exactly that. That we need a coordinating body. We need to not work in stagnant any longer. We need a body that is going to coordinate, and Department of Basic Education, rightfully so. And then we also look at into, because the department has already have policies, has got already laws and everything in order. We have just been shared with the strategy now. So I'm also wanting to say, in all of this, we need to just be looking into, which is already collaborated or integrated in the strategy. We're looking to system quality, The system quality is exactly what Dr. Yaneli has talked to, that we need to make sure that everything, the provisioning that is being done is done systematically. We know who is what, who's doing what, when, how. Also looking into the service quality, that what kind of services are we talking to? She was talking to different modalities. We also the structural quality, the outcome quality. Yesterday, Chief Director Mekulula was talking about achieving collectively. So we're looking into achieving collectively based on the outcome-based fund, that we are for once going to say here we are achieving and this is what we intending to achieve together. So the national curriculum framework for, of BEF2 has put so much of practical implementation into reality. And when we were trying also to, in collaboration with Department of Social Development, now Department of Education, when we were training our workforce on the ground, one thing that I also want to share with you, this was the quote that we used to use in the foreword that the minister herself, Menji, said, that delays in cognitive and overall development before schooling can often have a long-lasting, costly consequences for children, families, and society. The most effective and cost-effective time to intervene is before birth and the early years of life. Investment in early childhood development should be a key priority, unquote. We have heard this from yesterday, that how much early childhood development is of a key priority, and now it's happening. There's a strategy that is actually being shared with us. And this is also the journey that we're coming along with. I had a video here, I don't know if it is, there is just a very snapshot of a video that the curriculum, even though it was so important, it was a framework. We needed to accomplish it with a variety of activities. So I wanted to share with you that even the activities shouldn't be something that is difficult to implement. Activities will embrace whatever the outcomes that the national curriculum seeks to achieve. And the activities that will be whatever that is happening from when children arrive until children go home, with some extra special activities. So I don't know, it seems as if it's not, are we winning? Maybe to talk to this activity, the activity is also something that is a special activity that practitioners can plan. The one thing that has also add so much value from training using the framework, it was that our practitioners now needed to plan. They needed to plan. They were not supposed to just do things haphazardly, you know. Sometimes they do, sometimes they do not do. So the activity is actually looking into giving children box. They will throw all their shoes in the box, and they will be given opportunity to then take one shoes, and they will talk about the color, the texture, the size, compare their sizes. This is such a mathematical activity that wouldn't even need us to buy. Like Me Aneli was saying, we need resources. And sometimes we can also provide resources without having to buy. So I wanted to share that activity. Unfortunately,
An
it doesn't
empty
want.
box, clearly marked with the word shoe on the outside. Then you need to have a set of shoe prints on the floor of the playroom. That's it. Now begin by asking your learners to take off their shoes. Then put one shoe in the box and one on the footprint. Explain to the children that the aim of the game is to take one shoe out of the box and find its partner. There's just one important rule here. You're not allowed to take your own shoe from the box. So come on, children, find yourself.
Exactly that. So this will be the activities that will say they are intentional. We cannot just gather children from morning until they go to sleep and go home. The teachers will plan such intentional activities. And there's a lot of these activities. The one thing that we also, as a sector, as everybody who's interested in early childhood development, when you're talking to quality, I would want to talk to you to these pillars. If we could get these pillars right, I think it will be the beginning of quality. The first one is looking into governance and leadership capacity. So many people out there, they call themselves owners of preschools, and rightfully so. They've done whatever it takes to can start the centers and all of that. But often we find that there's no governance knowledge, there's no leadership skills. So quality for us, because we're saying the very same activity that I just share with you shortly, it will say even if children will be exposed to such wonderful quality activities or learning activities, if that center doesn't have governance, doesn't have leadership, it's as well not actually talking to quality. The second pillar, teaching and learning for trainers and for practitioners as well. Because when we're talking teaching, it will cost us that the knowledge is needed. Knowledge of trainers themselves, knowledge for practitioners, so that at the end of the day, whatever that is displayed for children, it will actually embrace quality. It will also talk to the learning environment, the resources, the age-appropriate activities, the interaction. How do we talk to children in a way that is going to still let them play and learn and have fun? So the teaching and learning for us, it will actually be talking to helping practitioners to can have confidence. We have seen in many years that when you're training a practitioner, they will love the training, they will have a certificate, and they will go back. And when they go back, that's the end of it. We don't see implementation. So teaching and learning will talk to also capacitating them, helping them at workplace, making their workplace to be vibrant, to be intentional, to be inclusive, to be the program that is going to help children to can learn. The other component, and I also should also be talking to teachers, the other pillar, teachers and children themselves, including the first 1,000 days. I remember there's been now recently with the function shift, even though we celebrated it, there has been a fear around the ECD sector, the centers, that now parents are taking children to school and all of that. But we also have to make them aware that they're still children. The BEF to 4 will also talk to the first 1,000 days. Parent involvement is another pillar. If parents are not capacitated, all the effort that we're doing, it will be just a moment at the center. When they go home, there's nothing. They're praising, they're putting a star, the hugs, they're answering questions, they're talking at their level, making them to feel like a human being. It will end there. Unless we capacitate parents, as we believe that they're first teachers, we are all doing this in vain. The health and nutrition, there's been talked to now for health and nutrition. They can have the best activities and resources. But if they don't eat properly, then we are also in vain. The other pillar, for purpose infrastructure. I know we are having a subcommittee that is also working on infrastructure and all of that. It's still frustrating at this point that when we supporting our practitioners on the ground, that children are in the state that we don't want the children to be. So the infrastructure is one pillar that needs to get a thing. Multicultural and diverse resources and equipment, that also talking to inclusion, is the other pillar. Community engagement. We need to make this thing like a village, like the minister alluded yesterday. We are a village, and it takes a village. Now these days, we couldn't even say a village. It takes a nation to can raise the children. Collaboration and coordination. Here we are today, doing it as we waited for it for long. A track improvement of infrastructure, I'm not going to talk, and registration, now we know that registration is open. Everyone who's operating would have to register. Capacitating and support of ECD managers. I've talked to governance. The managers in ECD centers has to be capacitated. They need to know that they have to be in compliance. They are the first people that should actually be worried as whether these children are safe, not to wait until somebody come visit and say, how do you think, or what is this? The implementation, coordination, peer learning circle group to improve professional teaching standard to all ECD workforce. I know Meshila would clap hands to this one. That we also encourage practitioners to learn in smaller circles so that they can learn from each other. They can get confidence of what they're doing. They can value themselves of what they are achieving. Recognition of all ECD workforce with reasonable remuneration, with appropriate benefit, ECD teacher award recognition. Why not? If we trust them so much that they build in foundation, why can't they be recognized? If we trust in that whatever they're doing with children, if we have given them qualification, why not recognizing them? Why not motivating them? Why not telling them that they are building foundation? They are stating a lifelong learning for young children. Capacitating of parents and involvement in the learning of young children from before inception and in ECD cohort will help parents also to continue even in the higher levels that they get involved. I'm closing. So one thing that I should also talk to parents, about parents. We believe that parents are the first teachers of their children. But for that, they need support. They need to be capacitated. They need to be valued. They need to know that it doesn't matter. Normally, I do say to parents, it seems as if it's too far for your child to can complete and be whatever that he wants to be. But the crucial point is, what are we doing now that will support the children to go through? So I want to end with this say, when we pay attention to the beginning of the story, you can change the whole story. I thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Buleng, for that wonderful presentation. I don't have a rhyme for this one. If there's a volunteer, now is the time. Or forever hold your peace. I think I saw a hand. Cool. We will then move on to our last presentation, and then we'll move to a discussion, a conversation phase. And the last speaker will speak to us about requirements for a capable workforce, and that person is Vanencia, who will be speaking to us on that topic. And I'm hoping you're all picking up common threads here, from Yanali's presentation to Puleng's presentation, and I hope you'll find that connection again with Vanencia's presentation. No pressure, Vanencia.
Good afternoon. Wow, so I get onto the stage and there's no song. My heart is sore. No, I'm not the singer. I'd like to thank you for taking up your time to come and listen to today's session. Choosing ECD, you made the right choice. I think also what's important is that your presence is acknowledged. There are some really important stalwarts in the session, and I can't go through the list because I will mispronounce your names. We'd also like to thank our leader who spoke so nice yesterday at the panel discussion, Me Manona. And with utmost respect, I must acknowledge the protocol, my boss who's sitting in the back in pink, Me Yvonne Lechaba. So as I present, I'd like you to consider a presentation that is not per se the route, but it is an option. So your insights, your views, your voice are vital in this discussion. We also need to take into consideration the fact that there are very insightful literature out there, and that literature informs how we start processing information and how we package it. And I thought this opening slide is so good because normally we have a picture that says, welcome to the home of the teaching profession. But here we're trying to find a route. So we hope that at the end you will still feel at home, but you'll also look at the options that are available. This morning there was a presentation on values in education, and we are promoting values within the profession and all aspects in which we interact. And we've got 9 values. And when I was looking at the values, the one thing that I asked myself is, would my 19-month-old and my 6-year-old be able to remember any of them if I just said that to them? And I then tested it. And I said, Lisa, I've got values for you. These are them. Which one do you remember? She's like, respect, mommy. You can do what you want. If you don't respect me, I don't want to listen to you. That's a 6-year-old currently. But we're not looking at the 6-year-old. We're looking at the 19-month-old who's not processing what I'm saying. It's just looking at me and saying, okay, mama. Yes, mama. No, mama. Maybe, mama. And that's if the child has access to feedback. If the child is in a nurturing home, if the child is able to engage with other learners and take up an opportunity to learn. As part of the research that I did, I looked at the definitions, and I came across the fact that internationally, continentally, and in some cases nationally, there is reference to ECCE, which is termed as Early Childhood Care and Education. And while I was making sense of this, I went back to the rights of teachers that UNESCO put out in 1966, and I looked as to whether they had done any iteration to it. And there is an iteration that was done where they emphasized the importance of higher education lecturers, and they included ECD practitioners. And they defined it under nursery schools, which they had already articulated earlier. And that was very impressive, because in 1997, if I tell you I was in school going from foundation phase into intermediate phase, would you believe me? But that's how far the world was in thinking specifically about our nursery institutions. There was clear items for consideration. Those include access, recruitment, qualification, professional status, continued professional development, and note, we have taken the word teacher out because this is what we want to achieve internationally, continentally, and locally. Career advancement in the form of a pathway, as well as diversity, inclusivity, and mobility. Of all professionals, I think the profession of teachers in its broad spectrum have highly mobilized professionals, in the sense that you would find a professional saying, I'm from this province, teaching in that province with experience from another province. And it is not untowards to the ECD environment. You have professionals that move across in the ECD sector that will start in one institution, whether it be a play group, whether it be an ECD center. I mean, there's another one, I've just forgotten it now. What's the third one? Childminder group, the play group, right? And they would move across, and that's because as families, as humans, we are mobile. So we move across various aspects of it. So as I present, consider the words diversity, inclusivity, and mobility. And remember, we're speaking about ECD learners. They're the most active people that I've come across. And I'm not discriminating, I'm including our inclusive needs learners, because they are also very, very active. Yaneli presented on this. I felt it was important that we include it in our presentation, that these are the 5 priorities. She also went further in detailing the provisioning norms in the sense of a model for intervention, parent support programs, and early learning programs focusing on the age group of 3 to 5. As part of the process that I engaged in looking at the literature, I came across the International Standards Classification for Occupations 08, which detailed that early childhood educators and childcare workers are presented as following. Occupations involved in the care and development of children below primary school age must be classified per this unit group: early childhood educators, childcare workers, and teacher aides. Further on, the job classified in unit group 2342 differ from those included in other 2 unit groups in that they plan, organize, and conduct educational and play activities that are intended to promote the development of children below primary school age, although it is not advisable to consider the formal qualifications held by individuals. It should be noted that tertiary qualifications in education and early childhood development are normally required. Childcare workers provide care and supervision for children. Teacher aides perform similar duties and also perform a range of other non-teaching duties to assist teaching staff. Neither of these 2 groups generally plans and organizes structured play or educational activities, although they may assist in the provision of these activities. Remember, we're referring to the workforce. So we're not looking at one particular aspect of the workforce, but the whole, I nearly said dichotomy, and then I'm like, no, that's 2. The whole aspect of it. Effectively, in the framing, I then asked the question, and this was a one-on-one aspect, which other profession is clearly defined? If you go to the standards classification, you would pick up on the social service aspect, which we have a professional body in South Africa, referred to as the South African Council for Social Service Professionals, and you have the teaching profession, which our professional body in South Africa is the South African Council for Educators. What was interesting when I looked at this is that there is a hierarchy within the occupations, and that doesn't delineate from the fact that we have other classifications, such as child care center managers and child care workers, which are referenced under a different code. Thinking about professionalization. The data of the census 2021 indicated that the qualification of the teaching staff ranged between 10% to 42%, of which 42% had an NQF, National Qualifications Framework, qualification of levels 4 to 5. The discourse that we need to clarify is we have the current demand in the sense of current ECCE qualification data, but we have the potential of the ECCE qualification range, meaning that it is a fully developed profession and it does speak across the National Qualification Framework. The Department of Higher Education and Training has a policy of 2017 called what we refer to as Mr. QECE, or Mr. QECD, or Mr. Tech for ECD, depending on which one you know. Unfortunately, they have yet to give it an acronym so that we know this is the acronym that we refer to. We bring forth the possible options within the framework, such as RPL, recognition of prior learning, CAT, credit accumulation transfer, the articulation, be it horizontal or vertical, and then the new kid on the block, micro-credentials. These are options that we can consider as we look at the qualification range, as we look at the reskilling and upskilling options that we present. We've just come out of the AI presentation, and went back and I'm like, I know we talk about bell curves everywhere, but what do we consider with the current status where some learners have access to information communication technologies and some learners don't? And we are referring in the strategy to equitable access. We need to consider that this is also possible from a change perspective, that we can look at innovators that are going to bring stuff forward, early adopters where we're going to run with it, early majority where there's going to be a full uptake, a late majority, and a laggard. But we would need a specific mindset. We would need to consider a move from being fixed to growth, and as a sector, being beneficial. We would have to think beyond us and think for the future. The analogy of the villages was so profound because that's where our first form of education took place for many of us. And I speak of the generations before us that would tell stories around the fireplace. And as we speak about the generations ahead of us, they would be in the form of generative AI. And we would also need to consider them. Thoughts for debate. Reference made to the work on sufficiency under qualified human resources, the work done by Maja and Botman with regards to securing government ownership, and Puleng has done really amazing work at referencing all of these aspects. And then the introduction of interests with regards to technology firms and education and training by the OECD. And then the micro-credentials discussion that was brought forth by CHE that said they would need a different discussion before we could move in there. Furthermore, the critical skills and play-based learning needed as per the Dar es Salaam Declaration, the UNESCO prioritization and professionalization of the ECCE sector workforce, the improvement of the workforce with regards to qualifications, and the reality that workforce remains divided between a well-trained minority of teachers working in private ECD centers in the middle class and affluent communities, and the masses of underqualified and unqualified teachers who are poorly paid, who are not protected beyond what is provided for to the Basic Conditions of Employment Act. And then the career ladders that can develop from enhanced pathways with both horizontal and vertical growth opportunities, such as systems in South Africa, Singapore, and Lithuania, which I thought was beautiful that they referenced South Africa, in the sense that we've got various career pathways as well as our academic pathways. Which brings me to my landing slide. We would need to consider, on the basis of the ECD census data, where we have 4.7 staff members at ECD programs, of which teaching staff per ECD program is 3.9, of which 52% of the teaching staff have relevant NQF qualifications. And furthermore, 22% of the teaching staff have no qualification. We would have to apply, with the insight of inclusivity, mobility, and now I've lost the last one, diversity, thank you, aspects of culture, transformation, mindsets, and change management strategies. Our input, we are clear, we have early childhood educators, ECD practitioners, childcare workers, teacher aides on the basis of the literature that is available. The terms might be different for us within our context. We have a process for upskilling and reskilling with the options of articulation, micro-credentials, recognition of prior learning, and credit accumulation transfer. And our output to enhance professionalization is an capable ECD workforce where we have our two professional bodies supporting this development. Effectively, we would need to make use of an iteration and endurance process for the wicked problem. References for my academics in the house. Another set of references for my academics in the house. I submit, thank you.
Cool. Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. There's a volunteer for singing before we move. I'll gi- Let it shine. This is my of mine. I'm gonna let it shine. This is my of mine. I'm gonna let it shine, let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. Awesome. Thank you so much for that offering. Thank you. Awesome. So we're moving to the second segment of our conversation, and maybe just to declare my own biases here is I'm hoping to not hold us hostage. And by that, I'm hoping around 16:45, we can move around 16:30 to 16:45. Is to move into more of a networking engagement, informal session and move away from this fora. So let's have about 40 minutes or so just of conversations. I will invite people to share their inputs, respecting time and everyone in the room. And remember the word that Yaneli also mentioned in her presentation, and that is social compact. And part of social compact is equal shared responsibility and accountability. So let's not look and to our presenters as the people with the answers, but I'm also hoping for some ideas to come from the room so that our Zuki, who's helping us to capture for the session's inputs, we can capture those ideas that might not be so obvious from the presentation. Before I take a round of questions, I'd just like to remind what was addressed by our speakers today. Yaneli opened the session to talk about the goals of the ECD policy. And the goals of the ECD policy is to expand access, is to improve quality, and is to optimize integration to achieve that. And in part of her presentation, what she spoke about are the 5 outcomes, the 5 areas in which our speakers also spoke to. Issues around coordination, access, quality, workforce, and resources. She did not stop there. She also moved into touching on what a delivery model will look like. And I really like that slide, at least for obvious reason, because of the work that I do. She spoke about population-based planning, and she also mentioned things about coordination and mixed modalities as part of our delivery model. It is from this that then Puleng came into the party to present to us also an inspiring presentation on what it will take to get a capable quality ECD programs that could be available in the country. In her presentation, the one thing that stood out for me were the 5 types of qualities that she spoke about that we need to always keep in mind. It's funding quality to make sure we're keeping the machinery moving forward. She spoke about service quality, and she also spoke about infrastructure and training qualities. So there are many types of quality when we're talking about quality. That speaks into a quality ECD program. Last but not least, in Valencia's presentation, what really stood out for me, and I'm just bringing that to the room, was in her presentation, in highlighting the international standards on early childhood care and education, she also brought home the idea of access, recruitment, qualifications, and professional status, among others, as key ingredients that build this capable workforce that we are all talking about, that I'm sure 90% of us in this room belong to. But she did not stand there, and again, it was common across all the speakers, was the idea of a contextualized ideas. She spoke about a programmatic approach that is based in context in the realities of our country. And that was really focused on the principles of diversity, inclusion, and mobility. That is my summary of what I think stood out from this presentation, but that's just Senzo. I will take a round of inputs, and I will take about 5 hands in each round, and then we'll take it from there, and we'll see. I'll advise when I'm doing the last round, again, based on times. I'm hoping there's a roaming mic that we can have. I'm looking around. There is a roaming mic. Cool. And I'm going to take the first round. Mam Ruby will go first, and then the lady next to Mam Ruby will follow after, and the lady at the back will follow after the lady in blue. Any other hand? Going once. A lady on my right here, And then one more hand going once, going twice, a gentleman in floral shirts. Those are the 5 hands I will take first, starting with Mam Ruby.
Thank you, Mhlali. My name is Mamurobi, as you've just said it. I want to first apologize. I am made to understand that I disrespected the Deputy Minister yesterday. If she felt that way, it was unintentional. I still don't understand what did I do that kind of sounded like disrespecting her. I want whoever is here to send that message because I cannot go to her and I won't be able to be granted that opportunity to apologize. Thank you. But again, Mr. Mhlali, I will always kind of sound like an old cassette. Of course, I am old. People will understand. I would raise this issue that I've raised in 2022 in the last Likhotla that I attended. When there were questions that were asked, and my point, those were relating into ECD. And my point in relation or with regard to those questions was this, and it still is today. These are the questions that we asked in the white paper, ECD white paper number 5 of 1995. Why are we still asking the same questions? ECD white paper ECD white paper 5, 1995, chapter 1 is speaking about challenges that are facing the ECD. And they might have changed, they might have become less, they might have become more, but the very same questions that we're asking in 2024 are the questions that were described, defined in the ECD. The question that I want us to ask, even when we leave this Likhotla, if I don't come again, Likhotla, is what are we doing wrong? I am raising this, Chairperson, because Policy 2015, Chapter 5 there is talking about policy, strategy, and implementation. That is talking to the questions that we are raising even in this Likhotla. Chapter 6 of that is talking about roles and responsibilities for each and every sector that has a piece in ECD. Chapter 7 is talking about leadership and coordination. When we were taking over ECD, did we kind of went through to say what has been done, what are the challenges? So today, when we speak today, we are saying this is what has been happening in relation to 2015 policy, and this is how then we want to go forward. We seem to be starting afresh every day, and I'm sorry if I get emotional. It's because I am old. I've been saying the same thing so many years. People are kind of are tired of me. Maybe it's me now who has to leave the sector. Maybe all what we're doing is not been heard, is not been seen. That is why people are starting new things every day. Thank you, Chairperson. I hope I'm not offending anyone. If someone is offended, I am sorry. I am not intending to offend anyone. I am too much hands-on. I am the voice for the voiceless. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks. Thank you so much, Mama Ruby, Lady in Blue.
Good afternoon. I would sorry, Mam Ruby. Sorry, Mam Ruby. I'd like to stand on all protocols, and I would like to greet the House. Good afternoon to all dignitaries present today, departmental heads. My name is Nkanyezi Tabete. I am from the Congress of South African Students. I'm doing grade 11. Yes. I think, thank you very much. I think that as the Congress of South African Students and the general public of South Africa, we have, I think that we need to realize that before apartheid, early childhood development for the disadvantaged really wasn't a reality. It was always child-minding centers, and it is the case even now. Uti, I'm sorry, you will forgive me, but I'm Zulu. Yeah. Ingane uyayisa lapha ihlale no gogo no mihlale no aunt, and not really. There's no development that's really taking place. So I think that we are being robbed in that. To saying that we do have childminders, and because they are child, it means that the potential that they are very passionate about these things, them being further educated into childhood development centers, there is so much potential there. But because I don't want to hog the podium, I would like to say that the workforce of early childhood centers, and I'd like to appreciate the presentation made by Umam Valencia. Thank you very much. We've been saying this, and it's a recycled idea. It's been recycled so many times. But now, because we had a presentation on artificial intelligence, how about we come to a realization that if we then introduce these children children are very curious people. If they hold a book, they'd want to know what is happening. You give them an object, they want to know. These children know how to operate our cell phones. Many of us, I would always complain about my 4-year-old sister who is always changing settings in my mother's phone that I don't even know, being 17 years old today. So what are the possibilities that if we then introduce them to technology, that going to the Department of Basic Education, primary schools would then have to keep up with the level that these children have already been exposed to in early childhood development centers. And also, the development of a child is that of a community responsibility. And in the road to health, it has pictures there that show that a child from 0 to 18 months should have been crawling. That from 0 to 24 months, this child should have been able to catch a ball. So those are developmental problems that should then be assessed in those centers. So that is when we then should strengthen even more the relationship that we have with the Department of Social Development. That early childhood centers should then be in a position to recommend children that, is this child really ready to go into the school environment? Because if one can catch a ball and the other cannot, what are the possibilities that these children are going to be equally competent when going to primary school? And also, it then introduces us to so many societal problems, because if you look at learner behavior from primary school, you go to secondary school. These learners, because their developmental problems were not addressed, they then identify each other. These learners and they become groupings that then bully other learners that are able to articulate whatever that the teacher is then teaching, or what is then introducing them to. So my suggestion really is that let us look more into the collaboration between early childhood and the Department of Basic Education in the entry of our grades R to grade 7. And I think in so doing, all of these problems that we're facing in high school, we wouldn't be facing them right now. Teachers, sorry, just a minute. Sorry. This is a very exciting, because I myself want to venture into early childhood center development. Yes, okay. So teachers are facing a situation where they do not feel safe, or they do not feel as if they are heard, because the role of a teacher, teachers can only do so much. They can only assume certain responsibilities, but other stakeholders must come into the party. Our parents must then be workshopped in these early childhood centers, that there are certain pedagogies that we would expect your child to would have grasped by this age. Because Chairperson, this is very, very, very interesting. I submit.
Cool. Thank you so much, Nkanyezi, for that input. Ma.
Good afternoon. I am Mary Mweketsi from Autism South Africa. Thank you to all the presenters. I'm going to start with generally, I don't know, am I giving input or I'm asking questions? I'm not sure. I listened and listened very carefully when you were presenting, and you talked about the inclusion, you talked about access, you talked about vulnerable people, you talked about disability. But where I'm standing now, you also talked about early identification, and where I'm standing here now, I would like to ask, do our children with special needs access our ECDs? Do our ECDs practitioners or teachers know how to work with children with special needs? Because a lot of parents come to us because at an ECD they will take a child for 2 days. On the third day they call a parent and say, we can't work with your child. So where are we going to see this early identification and early intervention? Yeah. So it's quite, for me, it is quite distressful because our children are not included completely. And then to Mepuleng, you spoke about birth to 4 years. And again, I'm asking a question because as professionals here, I know that you know that a lot of children with disabilities have got developmental delays. So when you talk about birth to 4 years, what about our children who are developmentally delayed? Are they going to be kept in the ECDs, or are we going to find something else for them? My last one is this birth to 4 years. At 5 years, I know there's grade RR, there's grade R. Are the schools aware that a child at 5 years goes to grade RR and a child at 6 years goes to grade R? Because you'll find that some children at 5 years are already at grade 1. And when you start questioning, because at 5 years, a child is he's still like, should be at the nursery, because at school he's not going to cope with grade 1 work. So I just want to ask, much so because DBE is here, are the schools aware of that? Because otherwise we become at loggerheads with schools, we as the disability sector. And the last one. Could DBE please tell us, what are we going to do with our children who are not in schools? Could they please tell us? And our children are being kicked out of schools nearly every single day. This morning before I came here, I had to go to a school where a child whose ADHD is about to be. So can please DBE help and tell us what must we do with our children as parents of children with special needs? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mary. Sorry, before going to the lady this side, can we take the gentleman in the floral shirts because they're next to each other? So, sorry.
ECD department, the reason the practitioners are taking our children out because they cannot deal with them is because they are not trained to work with special needs children. What is department going to do about that?
Thank you. Cool. Let's start with the gentleman in the floral shirt, and then we'll go to the lady this side.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Dipolelo Tema. I am from Sanase. Sanase is an SGB association for the special needs schools. And part of what I wanted to raise, Rosemary has covered me. I'll just paint a picture and then move to an input that I wish would form part of the resolutions from this commission. You heard the president during the SONA speaking about a Dintswalo. And I want to bring another Dintswalo who is born with a disability, as the previous speaker has spoken. Now, the parents of the children.
I'm hoping you can project.
Yeah. The parents of these children are often confused and with little or no support on how to raise this.
It's back.
Now, the consequence of that is that there is the learning opportunities are often not provided for this child, in that there will be no stimulation and no access to therapeutic services that would enhance the growth of this child. Now, I understand that in terms of the strategy of the ECD, we're probably targeting 2030. Now, we have got 44 schools for the deaf in the country, and about 23 for the blind, and a total of about 464, if the data that I collected is still correct, special needs schools in the country. That's a very small number if you do your maths correctly. Now, if we wait to phase in grade R across the board, we are proposing that can we at least, for children with special needs, in order for us to bridge this gap and mitigate this challenge of development and growth. I mean, a deaf child who's not hearing any sound will not really be stimulated and would miss on a lot that an ordinary child would pick up accidentally. Now, can we make a provision or a concession to have these children admitted early, probably at grade RR or even RRR, at 3 to 4 years, in these schools that exist now, so that they are able to get these services that they are not able to get at home, so that they stand a better chance to at least catch up with their peers. I know it is not possible that we're going to close that gap completely, because by the time the child is brought on earth, a lot has been lost already. So I would want to put that across and end with a quote from Mahatma Gandhi when he said, "A true measure of any society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable members." Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. And then the last hand of this round, I see new hands, is a lady right here in classes.
Good afternoon, partners in ECD. Thank you very much for our presenters. My comment is regarding the ECD workforce. The requirements for a capable workforce for ECD. When we talk about that, can we also look at the caliber of departmental staff that we need to implement the ECD service delivery model? Because now we are only talking about the staff within the ECD centers, but
I need us also to consider the staff within the department itself. And then secondly, it's on the national curriculum framework 0 to 4 that we have. We do have that curriculum, but it's difficult for practitioners to implement it. Is there a way for that document to be customized in such a manner that it guides implementation at ECD center level, and it should be standard for all provinces if possible, so that we can be able to assess children who are ready for school? We also need some kind of a standard assessment tool to check school readiness. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that brevity. Cool. I'm going to take a second round. So maybe just to guide us in terms of where we are at is for my speakers, I'm using facilitator's discretion here, is I'm hoping you're taking the input and thinking about how you will reflect at the end of the input. So I'll take another round of hands. Again, I'll take 5 hands. And then after that one, it might be the last one. So let's get those 5 hands. I will start with the lady at the back in black and white, a gentleman in a suit, a lady in navy, a lady in a pink coat, and a gentleman in maroon and yellow. Only because I don't know people's name. I'm sorry about that identification. That's the 5 for now. And then I've noted the hands are not peaking this round. We'll do another one. Again, just in terms of time, is when you see me standing up, I'm like a gentleman. I'm trying to say without going like. So let's try, so that we can allow more people to share their inputs after spending a whole day of listening and engaging at the back. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Tisa Horachikopa. I come from Rampadise Education and Training Development Center in Sasolburg. I'm going to try to ask the DBE to go back, because we were here when we agreed on the model that they want to implement now, and they are implementing it in a wrong way. The agreement was each and every school needs to look at the ECD centers within their 5 kilometers radius, and they need to adopt them. Simply because why we said that, and we were here in Beechwood, because our school has large numbers of children. And our policy in education says in grade 1, the number of learners that you can have is 25. If we say it's more, it needs to be 30. We go now in the schools in our area. In grade 1, the learners are 55. And that is a killing to our children. And the model that we adopted was the model of Ghana, where if you have adopted an ECD center as a school, the practitioner at that ECD center, if there is a child that has a problem, then they will inform the HOD. The HOD will inform relevant stakeholders in the government so that the child can come and be assessed and get the remedial that that child needs before they enter school, which is what we agreed on, and I was part of that. And it pains me, because every time when somebody is employed, he comes, he doesn't go and say, where were you, my friend, or where were you, my colleague? What was agreed upon? So I will really ask the Department of Education to go back and check. When the Minister of Education was Mr. Njimutega, this was done and dusted, and it only needed to be implemented.
Thank you. Is a gentleman in front of you?
Afternoon, colleagues. Thanks, Senzo, for the opportunity, and I'm not the gentleman in the suit. My name is Rex Molefe, the advocate of early childhood development. Colleagues, I want to make some remarks. I was angry. I'm done being angry. I'm no longer angry. Some are still angry, I understand. I just want to talk about the genealogy of early child development, pre and post-apartheid era. And I also need to talk about the anthropological evolution of early child development. I'm raising these issues because I heard some utterances. People are making remarks about the White Paper 5 and so forth. But I believe that to a certain degree, there should be some appreciation when you look at the journey that has been traveled. One, the 2030 ECD strategy that has been proposed seek to bring about or to describe and define the very same social compact that we are talking about in order to promote cohesion, in order to promote unity, in order to promote common agenda, accountability, and transparency, and thus strengthening coordination, structures that we are having, which are articulated in the ECD policy of 2015. Now, when you look back, we never had a clear described social compact. It was a loose kind of relationship where it was not defined and so forth. Now, I think this need to be shown appreciation. But now, what is important on this structure, this social compact, or the strategy in itself, that strategy need to be costed. We need to see the budget, how this thing is going to be financed, and then how then do we position ourselves collectively as civil society and government and begin to say, National Treasury, here we are. Here is a strategy. Can this be funded? Can you put a practical meaning on the National Development Vision 2030, where 2 chapters are entirely, dedicated to early childhood development? That's the first part that I wanted to, to make. That as we engage, let's look into the genealogy of early child development, pre and post-apartheid era, and also understand the anthropological evolution of early childhood development, and then begin to reflect, to say where we are and why those issues and challenges that we identified then were not implemented. What was it? And it is clear that one, on a political front, we need to have a political will. Number 2, it was issue of lack of effective coordination of ECD service provisioning. I recall at a certain stage, people, they were proposing ECD agency that need to be located within the presidency and so forth, but it has its own politics. It couldn't succeed. But here we are today. We are having a dedicated department in the name of DBE. And then the ECD is perfectly suited there, because the reality is that this ECD workforce that they're talking about, especially the practitioners, they don't necessarily aspire to become social workers. That is why when you go back, you will remember that there was a conversation where to say there is this social profession council, and there was that provision to accommodate ECD, but we said no, we cannot go to that. We'd rather go to Department of Education and then go to SACE, South African Council for Educators, which has been amenable to work with us, amenable and willing to amend certain standards and so forth in order to accommodate early child development. So these are the things that I wanted to flag. Lastly, colleagues, when we talk about this ECD workforce, as described in Chapter 10 of the ECD Integrated Policy of 2015, there is something that is missing. And then this will definitely impact quality, as Auspuleng correctly indicated. When we talk about workforce capacity building and so forth, because all these challenges are attributable from lack of capacity, both from government and also in civil society, because I know that there are government officials who may not know what they are doing. They need proper induction and capacitation in order to be able to do what is proper. But now, Senzo, what I wanted to say is that I hear you. You are talking about ECD, which is proper, and I appreciate it. But now, we are not zooming into those workforce that is charged with the responsibility of capacitating the very same workforce that we are referring to. And that is your teacher, that is your facilitators, trainers, assessors, curriculum design and developers, who are largely rooted or employed by various ECD resource training and organization. In other words, private and public. Those people, quality need to be developed as well. Because in turn, once they are properly equipped and developed, they will be able to train those who must interact with the children at the classroom level properly. But if they are not capacitated, because today we have trainers who are having level 4, at times level 5 diploma qualifications. And yet we are expected to train a person to have level 4. We are expected to train a person to have a diploma and so forth. But you yourself as your trainer, you are not capacitated. So I'm saying, Auskolula and colleagues, when we talk about workforce, we also need pay attention to that group of workforce. And there are work sensors that has been done. There are structures like SIPT, which we have already started engaging with them. And a SIPT is another professional body accredited by South African qualification, which has developed standards that trainers, assessors, curriculum developers, and so forth need to adhere to. But ours is to check how those standards can, speak to the standards of the South African qualification, South African Council for Educators, so that we can have synchronity and synergy. And then, yes, lastly, Senzo, I acknowledge that there are challenges with regard to disabilities. We have not yet done much on that because we need to be honest. Thank you.
Thank you, Rex. You can give me the mic. Thank you, Rex, for that input. Maybe just to remind people that, and again, I'm appreciating everyone's input so far, is let's stick on the fence of solutions and ideas on what we need to do. Take the presentations as a challenge to all of us to come up with ideas, building from what Dada Rex and other speakers have just added, not to challenge you.
Challenge accepted.
Awesome.
I'm a very practical person, so I will do that. I have one question, which is, so hello, my name is Helene Brandt. Nice to be here. I'm from GROW ECD. We are a social enterprise working to support ECD centers across the country, mostly Gauteng, Western Cape, KZN, and now also in the Eastern Cape. I have one question, which is the social compact is very exciting. I would like to know how we as a non-profit can support, be involved, share and collaborate, and also listen. So thank you for that. Thank you for the opportunity. And then I have two comments, practical comments for my lady here. You asked very good questions, and I think I have an idea, a solution possibly. You mentioned that the NCF is complex for educators to implement. All right, so the NCF is very well conceptualized, very solid, play-based. I have read it, it's excellent. But many practitioners struggle to take that from the theory into the practice. So what we are doing at the 170 plus ECD centers where we work is we realized you must not just tell teachers what to do, show them, involve me, and I will learn. So we've taken our curriculum and developed a digital curriculum which she can access for data free on her phone. It includes South African context, photos, videos, voice notes. When it says, let's sing Shining Little Star, you've never heard Shining Star. You don't know that song. You press play, it plays. So if the activities, I will stop. A practical, visual curriculum, which is available online to democratize access. This is technically available to any ECD center across South Africa, potentially Africa. It is currently data free, it is not free. We cannot make it free because as a non-profit that would mean we would need to probably fundraise 40 million rand for all the data. So currently it costs 3,500 rand. Okay, so my question as a compact is there any stakeholder who can support us to make this data free? That would, we talk about access, so data free is a massive opportunity for us to make this accessible. So that was the one, the online curriculum. And the second was, you mentioned assessment, and I cannot agree with you more. Potentially a more standardized assessment could be very practical. We've developed with collaboration with other ECD stakeholders a free learner assessment tool per age group that includes the developmental milestones that the young lady was referring to, which is teacher-led and run by teachers. So it does not require expensive external moderators or implementers. So teachers can have access to their own data and see how their learners are performing, which areas are behind, and that we can mobilize resources based on development areas. For example, last year we saw fine motor skills was not doing well in some of our schools. Now we can adjust our resource deployment. So we are very open to collaborate, sharing our resources and our skills. And yes, like we mentioned, data as a technology is just a tool.
Yeah.
Still the people that must implement it.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I'm sure there will be a number of people who wants to get your contact details after.
Thank you so much. My name is Claudine, my brother in the flower shirt, deafness and disability. Keep fighting, please, Mama. So I was thrilled about the early identification of disability, and that's going to have to mean a collaboration with the Department of Health, I'm assuming. So the question is, who's going to drive that? Because, again, talking about disability a lot here, apologies to my colleagues, but it's never said anywhere else. So a lot of us are. So if we're going to do early identification, who's going to drive that relationship with the Department of Health? Early intervention, which is the birth to 4 era, I offer my services for free. We've got a system that works. We've got a program that works. And it supports and equips parents. So the parent becomes the advocate, and that not everything is on the shoulders of the teachers, and it prepares the child to be school ready by 3-4, okay? And then your point about schools taking them earlier, the link between the ECD centers, if there is a child with deafness, blindness, deaf blindness, deaf plus, or any others, they need to, the ECD center needs to transfer to the local school with disabilities, because I do believe after the children have gone through early identification and intervention, then they're ready for that. But the biggest challenge we have is not even in the special schools are our teachers sufficiently equipped, because government is not requiring it. Basically, if you want to work at a school for the deaf, run. Easy job, there are 8 kids in a class, and no one actually requires. So we need government to actually start saying, special schools of the blind, the deaf blind, the teachers need qualifications, and I'm willing to start a support group, free of charge, WhatsApp group, video group for any ECD teacher who's got special learners in their class. Once a week, we can literally chat to each other, and I can give ideas and support you through it until there is a solution.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that offering.
Oh, Claudine.
Sanbonan.
Yeah, ma'am.
Igama lami nguSifiso Wakankomo from South African Congress for Early Childhood Development. You know, I usually say what we need to do to get this sector right. And firstly, I would like to thank the team from Department of Education that always when we have challenges in various provinces, they attend to those challenges promptly. House Ivy and the team. Thank you. You know, the issues in ECD are so complex and they vary from province to province. And as much as they vary, we cannot use a blanket approach to address those issues. I think we need to go and do a thorough fact-finding for the department to get this sector right. Thorough fact-finding mission from province to province. And said, in this province, in this district, there's this kind or this socio-economic challenges, and how do we address them so that we can get to the gist of the problem. Because currently, even when I can ask that our tracking as a department, where have we improved and where we are lacking, it's very difficult. It's very difficult. I've been in Northwest typically. There are ECD centers in Northwest that the building is existing, but there's no kids. And yet they say they don't have infrastructure. I'm telling you, I even raised it with DD Chuma. And I'm raising all these issues with different DDGs. Some, they feel threatened, and they say it's and it's very unfair. It's unfair to the kids, it's unfair to the ECD practitioners. We might sit here as politicians, as specialists and everything, but we don't come with clear solutions that address our challenges in the sector. There's compliance challenges, and it varies from municipality to municipality. And we've been wishing since I came in the sector till today, I've got 30 years in the sector, that the municipalities are of a challenge. And for us to increase access to ECD, it means we need to have more ECD facilities that are compliant. But if we have challenges with the municipalities, it means we won't increase the ECD, the access to ECD. It will be a drip in an ocean from time to time, and we'll come to this meeting and we try to track and we find out we've moved a little bit. Until we address the issues that are affecting the sector, it's when we will say that's an impact.
Awesome.
And
thank you so much, sir. Sorry, I have to manage time.
Yes.
I have to manage time, sorry. Cool.
Can I rush? The issue of, because the thing is that...
I'm not going to take another round. You can continue.
Okay, please. The issue of nutrition, it's a challenge in various provinces. And I'm glad with the model of Gauteng. If ECDs they are compliant, they get a provision for subsidy for nutrition from health. Why it doesn't happen to other provinces that are lagging behind? What are we doing as department to advocate that if they cannot find this, the department cannot give subsidy, but why other department can play a role so that they could address the issue of nutrition in those provinces? Because it's very, if I could tell you, it's very painful. If I could tell certain people, imagine each child paying 50 rand as school fees in Eastern Cape, in Lusigi and surrounding, and there's 30 children. That practitioner expected to pay the minimum wage to the practitioners who will train those, who will develop those children. And on top, he has to provide nutritional food. What does it say to us as civil society? I had a recommendation in that to say government need to maybe recommend to parents to say, we recommend that parents could pay this amount of, X amount of money so that the ECD facility could run properly.
Awesome.
Thank you
so much. Cool. That will be the last speaker I will take, and I'm going to offer guidance on how we move forward. The lady can return the mic. Sorry, just follow my guidance for a second. And the guidance is that I'm going to encourage that the conversations continue over tea and coffee. Engage. There were people who were offering things. There were people who were nodding, wanting to connect with those people. Let's do that. Let's have those conversations outside. I'm also worried that over some of us have high blood pressure and diabetes. We need to eat. Lunch was 5 hours ago, and it's Friday afternoon. What I'm going to allow to happen now to move forward, I know this is not nice, but I did issue a warning at the beginning that one mic, 1 point, move on ideas. Some of us took a little bit of an advantage in that. But I'm going to ask that our speakers, I'm going to start with Valencia, to come up front, just to reflect based on what you heard. I think there were points being raised about training and support and capacity to be able to do early detection, for example, for children living with disabilities, that you might want to probably speak to too. And then after that, I'm going to have Mepuleng also come after, and I'm going to issue guidance from thereafter. Thank you so much. Valencia.
Good afternoon again. Thank you for the comments, feedback, and insights. One of the points that I picked up was that the presentation was not complete, in the sense that I did not present the ISCO codes for management as well as non-professionals. And it's because of the time duration that we have. The references are available, and when the working group starts post the Lekgotla, I want to believe that there'll be work that follows through. The group needs to consider the other occupations so that we have a well-rounded picture. This is just insights for consideration, and then we can move holistically and collectively across. With regards to our trainers, I think that's very important information, and that must also go when the write-up takes place, so that we can include those aspects and highlight them. I think we need to go back to having a repository in the sense of the references that have been made. Dependent on the worldview you have, you sometimes go back for highlight, but you move with what you have access to. So to ensure that everybody is more or less on a similar page, this is possibly the big takeaway for me from the session, that we have a repository where all these, and anyone can drop in the Google Drive or whatever drive, whatever insightful information they've come across, so that we can continue in this very important conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Valencia. And I'm going to call on Mepuleng just to reflect. There were a number of points being raised around quality of programming, even more so again, because I think this came up a lot for children, even with disabilities.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for comments and questions for clarity. I must say, in ECD sector, there's also an address of some of these issues that we have actually highlighted, like special need. There's also a range of short skills that we're also designing in addressing some of these needs. And I must say, inclusion and special need is a really critical and yet important component that needs special competencies to our practitioners. So some of the skills that we give in practitioners, it comes in a form of a unit standard, an elective unit standard. It will be actually raising an awareness for them to understand that there are children that might be experiencing learning barriers. So in that learning, they are exposed to learn that they should be aware that children are experiencing some learning barriers. In that way, they would be able, while they're working with children, they will have to identify. But all of this that we're teaching them, it's a skill. we normally say to practitioners, they are not doctors, they are not social workers, they are not specialists in any way. They would have learned how children develop and learn. So this is an additional knowledge that we give in them, that they should be able to can understand that children are going through different developmental stages, and some of them might be also experiencing learning barriers, and for that matter, they need to observe and identify and record. They are also not even expected to diagnose children. They just write what they're observing and record and get feedback to the parents, and to a point where if the child will need a referral or any kind of support. But this is also something that is actually heavy loaded to practitioners, to having also to do stimulation and also handle that. But there are a variety of short courses, but Claudine, I know you from way back. I think you are a solution in this regard, and that can help with the practitioners. The one other thing that I also want to talk to is that one thing that we also say to practitioners, it's so sad to hear incidents where practitioners are actually chasing children away. In this learning of understanding children with learning barriers, remember we also letting them to learn at adult level, to understand how is it like to have a barrier, and how would we look into helping you, into including you, into also making sure that you adapt some of your material to include. But as we all know, there's a huge need. When we really want to accommodate children with special needs, we need a real attention and funding and support. That's all I could just say. The infrastructure itself, we all know that there are children with learning barriers that will always, what you want to say, they will need special aids, which is also a lack. We're talking the community centers that are actually just running, their operational running is actually a challenge. Imagine if they have to also support and give children those kind of special aids. So this is really something that we are aware of and we are not so proud of, and also to understand there are also parents who are also not equipped enough to understand. Some of them, we know, they're still hiding their children in home. But infrastructure has also to accommodate. So that will be my take, Senzo. I don't know if you've covered everything.
Yes, it did. Thank you. Awesome. Thank you so much, Mepuleng. Before calling Yaneli, there's someone in the room. I'd just like maybe to either stand up if you want to raise your hand, someone specific, or if they would like to come forward and speak. And that is Umapoloba Umashiyamahle, who holds the portfolio of inclusive education at DBE. Only because this was quite a theme in this conversation, maybe he would like to add a word or two. Mr. Ngobo.
Thank you, Chair. I think and good afternoon. I think what I would like to, my name is Jabulani Ngobo, and I'm responsible for inclusive education in the sectors. So I think, let me start by saying that this is work in progress, and there are challenges, but there are also strides that we've made. And I think that is important. And I think I'm happy that some of the issues that you raised are issues that we were already thinking about and working on. So I think that is important. I think the issue of ECD is a critical issue, and I call those the critical junctures. I think it's one of those where we have to take advantage of it, otherwise it will become normal like everything else. So it's important that we take advantage of it and make use of it. So I'm in this commission not because I did not know where to go. I'm in this commission because I decided even before I came here that I would be in commission for ECD. And the reason for that is that we adopted the principle of early identification and intervention. And part of what we've decided in the sector is that we are focusing on the foundation phase. And this was even before the function shift that people talk about. And when ECD became part of that equation, in our own understanding, then we started work on that as inclusive education, working with provinces. I must say that one of the policies that we have is the policy on screening, identification, assessment, and support. In that regard, starting from 2021, we have trained just over 10,000 ECD practitioners, so that we can strengthen that part of the work. And I'm saying that I know that that's not enough, but it's a beginning. It's showing where we are trying to go as a sector. And I think the other thing is around the training in specialized areas, and we have a program called Training in Specialized Areas of Inclusion. And I'm happy that there are developments in terms of the Bella Bill so that we can start getting there as well. Because we have a program on training on specialized areas. Specialized areas include areas such as how do you teach an autistic child, for instance? How do you teach a blind child? So we have programs. I think for teachers, we've trained more than 90,000 since 2017, and that is in response to the needs by the teachers. This is not enough, but it is showing where we are going as a sector. The other issue, which I think is an important issue, is the system was used to chronological age, and with disability there is mental age. So I think there is the issue that we've begun to look at. And I think it's an important issue to look at when we think about organizing support for children. And I'm saying that this is what is in our mind, and we're happy that what is in our mind is it corresponds with what is in your mind. So we're quite happy that you are asking questions in that regard. The other question that was asked was a question about learners who are taken out of schools. I think I want to be clear about this one. We issued Circular S28 of 2023 last year. And I want to say that any school that takes a child out of the school must be reported to the Provincial Education Department. That fails, it must come to us because we are quite clear that is unacceptable. So no child should be taken out of a school into a special care center, for instance, because a school is much better equipped than a special care center. So our mission is to move children from special care centers into schools, because that is where we can provide optimally for the children. And the issue around the early admission, I think that one we've already included in the Bella Bill, and we are hoping that it's going to be part of what we're targeting here. Deaf children, and we thought that deaf children, because the issue of language is one of the critical issues, and they needed to start a little bit before others, and so that we can deal with those issues. But I must say that I think I'm happy that you are raising these issues, and these are issues, and what makes me happy is that what you are thinking is what is in our mind. Please don't stop raising the issues so that we know how to reshape our thinking. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ngobo. We're going to have a networking session after. I'm sorry to cut you while you speak. That's not a nice thing to do. Cool. Cool. I'll give you a chance. Sorry. Yaneli, do you want to come next?
Thank you. And I think I'm going to pick up where Mr. Ngovo left us. I think what he said is so true. Is early childhood development is a work in progress. My daughter was born 2 weeks before the function shift. She's turning 2 on Monday. So the function shift is 2 years old. It is a work in progress. The challenge is overwhelming. I think as we listen today, I think we all recognize that what's ahead of us is significant. It's a very big challenge. We also know that the opportunity is enormous. I think that's why we're here, is we're not going to be crushed by I am sometimes crushed by the enormity of it, but the opportunity, if we get this right, it will be the best thing for the future of our children. So a lot of challenges were mentioned today. We're aware of those challenges. We've highlighted them in our strategy as the root causes, and the whole strategy started from this fact that there's all these challenges. How do we strategically address them? How do we strategically move forward from where we're going? And that's what we're putting forward at this Lekgotla is we know where we're starting is there's a lot of problems, but we know where we want to go. And I want to end with that invitation. Please walk this road with us. We cannot do it on our own. Government cannot solve all these problems on our own. We cannot provide this on our own. We need to hold hands. We need to do it together. So please do walk this road with us. Help us problem solve as we go along. Help us figure it out. Invitation to join us in the social compact and achieving these goals. Ms. Manon, I'm not sure if you want to do closing remarks, perhaps.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Senzo, for facilitating the conversation. I am just going to perhaps respond to 2 questions that were quite direct, and those questions were requiring a response from ourselves, particularly about the social compact, because it links to the panel discussion that we had yesterday. So you asked that your question was how the NPO, and I'm going to say NGO and civil society, how can it plug into the social compact? As I'm paraphrasing what you were asking. And I think that's very critical, because that is the entire kind of organizing and mobilizing thrust of this Lekgotla, that we would like to hear you ask this kind of question, that here I am, tell me, what do I do? So your question has actually kind of prompted us to me particularly to want to share that we have data. That's where we start. We have data, and that data tells us where our children are, and we have data which we are in the process of mapping where the services are being provided currently, by whom, and that work is also work in progress. And we have pockets of our society where vulnerable children are not receiving any service. And the social compact is about wanting to match those services that are being provided by those who already provide these services and match them to where these pockets are of where no services are being provided. And we know it's not as easy as we say, which is why that mapping exercise is going to be very critical. And that, the reason we had the industry yesterday was that if you go to an area where no services are being provided currently, without even having to perhaps even dig deeper, you will understand, I think it stands to reason and logic that there must be challenges with reaching that particular area. And so that's why we want, through our PPP framework, we want to match provision of services by those who provide particular services to funders. And so that's a dedicated conversation that is part of the activities within the social compact, that if you are here, you are an organization, grow. These are your capabilities as grow, and this is the area that does not have any coverage, and here is the funder who's willing to work and support with you. So that is what we're trying to network with the social compact. Claudine, thank you so much. Early identification, we've spoken about that, and that's what this commission was about, to say that here is a solution that I'm proposing. Just that, connecting people using a tool that perhaps we take for granted today, like a WhatsApp. Remember when WhatsApp crashed, how we realized how important WhatsApp is. Using WhatsApp, you've called upon everyone in this room that you can set up and coordinate that, and have a WhatsApp group for children with special needs. My brother, Jabu, I think perhaps to just add to what you shared with the commissioners today, is that we are developing a module on inclusive practices and inclusive education. And we know that one of the challenges that we had with SIAS as a policy was that it was not accompanied by funding. And I think these are the areas that we are looking at strengthening. How do we ensure that SIAS is supported and it's funded, and we have a module within the strengthening of SIAS that is going to be particularly looking at ECD. You asked a question, Claudine, as well, who is going to drive that, the pathwaying between early learning programs and the Department of Health? And the answer is us. I can share with you, perhaps because the President released a letter yesterday that has gone out to 7 key ministries, where he has been very clear in the letter that the Department of Basic Education is the convener, and an inaugural meeting of the revamped IMC. I mean, for a state president to release that letter to all of these key ministers to say that very soon I am going to be convening you as these ministries, and I want you to all champion your mandates that lie within your own departmental work that you do through the Constitution. And I think that's huge. That's very huge for us. Thank you. It's big. So we are making the strides. We are making the strides. It may seem slow, but it is really moving. Thank you for providing the solutions. Today was about high-level recommendations and key activities. And I cannot sit down without appreciating the young person who is still at school and who is really showing us all why we should do what we do so that we can have future leaders like you. Ganyes, you have been that star today. That's what your name means. You've been that star today, coming from my education system. And I'm really proud. You really have touched my heart. And talking like a grown-up, like an adult, to talk about collaboration, about, oh my goodness. Keep it up. Keep it up. You refreshed me. Thanks.
Thank you so much to everyone. I'll invite everyone. I think there might be some coffee, tea, water outside, because we're supposed to have tea we didn't have. And let's connect and engage on ideas and opportunities based on what everyone was saying here. Thank you so much. You may.
Hi guys. Hello. Before you leave, team, my name is Andy Ramorake. I'm a chairperson of Pure Campaign. I'm just going to be brief. I do sponsorship for school uniforms, stationaries, and uniforms to underprivileged schools. All I need is somebody who can assist me with logistics, with trucks. Even if from the department or you have your own private trucks, we can negotiate with the funds, how I pay you, etc. Just to take to Eastern Cape and Kimberley, it's very expensive. Thank you. Okay.